The House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to suspend a rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, you guys, here we are again at this point, and you know how much I don't want to do this, but in accordance with the House Rule 2311, I move that the House Rule 101 be suspended to allow the House to meet between midnight and 8 a.m.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes the Minority Leader Vic Miller.
All right. You think I can speak for 3.5 hours? Because if I am able to speak for 3.5 hours, we'll never get to vote on this motion. But this man sitting up here running this meeting has before called me tedious. And I think I had only gone a couple hours at the time that he ruled such. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I am going to slow it down so we can have an actual vote before this motion is ruled upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carmichael. Never mind. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Majority Leader, you may close.
Remember, like last time I told you, we've already made sure there's hotel rooms, there's transportation. Please take us up on that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
You've all heard the motion to suspend the midnight rule. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. No. It appears the ayes have it. Division has been called. Sure. The clerk will open the roll. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. With 64 having voted in favor and 48 against, the motion passes. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for a motion to suspend Joint Rule 4K.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection K of Joint Rule 4 of the Joint Rules of the Senate and House of Representatives, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering Senate Bill 339.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Wassinger votes aye. Any further changes? With 75 having voted in favor and 38 against, the motion passes. The Speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 339.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a brief explanation, there are approximately 11 school districts in the state of Kansas that have less than 100 students enrolled in their school district. SB 339, what it does for just 1 year addresses one of those districts with projections of an enrollment of around 8 students for fiscal year 24-25. In this situation of extreme declining enrollment, it's not the intent of the Kansas legislature to fund anything but those students. And so when they are contracted to go to an outside district, that district should not be able to maintain their money locally for purposes other than for students. So this bill, what it does is simply it specifies that if there are 0 students, or if those students choose to go to another school or are contracted with another school or attending another school, they shall not receive any state foundation aid. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report and stand for questions.
Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you to our K-12 chair for the brief explanation. I would just add that I appreciate the department bringing this to our attention. We'll come back and give a better fix to this next year. But for tonight's purposes, I'd appreciate your support for the conference committee report on SB 339. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This provides a short-term solution, and hopefully we'll take a look at the long-term solution later. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 339. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. We will wait momentarily for the tax conference committee to return, but in the meantime, does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Ellis votes aye. Representative Penn votes aye. Representative Rogers votes aye. Representative Burkamp votes aye. Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Representative Sawyer votes aye. Does any other member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 339, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The body will stand at ease. Members will be out of the main aisle. The Speaker recognizes Speaker Hawkins.
Colleagues, this is always a tough time of the day. And we've got plenty of time here, and so we want to have our leaders come up and I guess give you a farewell for the year. It's always kind of bittersweet this last day because, you know, we've been through a lot. We've been through 3.5 months together. We've argued, we've worked together, we've went out to dinner together. Some people drink together. I don't drink, so I don't have to do that. That's okay. But we are truly, I listened to the, I guess the swan songs of those who are leaving. And we heard people talk about loving our fellow colleagues. And I think every single leader believes that. I truly love the people that I get to work with here. I think we are so lucky. We're so lucky to be able to do a job that very few people get to do, to work together, to get to meet people. We meet thousands of people in our career here that we would have never met without being elected to the House of Representatives. We would have never met. Most of us would have never ever met if we hadn't have been elected and had the opportunity to come here. So for me, it's always bittersweet. It's truly an honor of a lifetime to be elected Speaker of the House. I think the only bigger honors is being a dad and marrying my college sweetheart. Those are things that we get to live with for a long time. This is a short time. This is a short, very short time for most of us. But this 2 years has been an awesome 2 years. My 4 years as majority leader was just absolutely incredible, but nothing like being Speaker of the House. And for that, I thank each of you for your vote and all of you for your vote. Everybody voted. And so as I leave this 2 years, I go home hoping to win an election. I do have a campaign. I hope to get to come back here again and have the opportunity to lead again. But if that doesn't happen, we have had 2 awesome years. We've had a lot of fun. It's been an enjoyable time of a lifetime. It truly has. So I have some people I need to thank. Well, I want to start out by thanking the minority leader for working together with me. Vic's been shouldn't have said that. The minority leader has been a fine fellow. Yeah, he's probably waiting to wrap that gavel on me. You always have to have good, open communications, and I think we have had that, and we've done some good work together, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for your time here. I want to start thanking some of our staff. Every one of us has an opportunity to work with the reviser staff led by Gordon himself. His team is a phenomenal team. They're down there working right now, trying to get these last few bills to us so we can finish up. So we want them to keep working and get those to us in good time. Our Legislative Research Department is an amazing department. You know, Shirley Morrow and her crew work for every one of us, not just during session, but literally all year long. They're taking requests from each one of us to get research for us. And so they're there day in and day out. Shirley stepped in, actually kind of got thrown into the fire during the middle of the session when J.G. Scott left. I do want to say a big thank you to J.G. for his time here. Shirley is going to do well with the legislative research staff, and it was like they never missed a beat. You always think that when somebody leaves like that, you're going to be caught short-sighted and maybe not have everything that you need. And literally, the Legislative Research Department did a great job in transitioning Shirley in and just just driving on with their mission. So I really want to thank them. LAS, Tom Day and his staff in LAS, they're the ones that keep us all going. They're the ones that get our pay in and take care of all of the things that we need as legislators. So thanks to Tom Day and his staff. I have become, the House clerk is an amazing person. Susan Kanar is, she's funny. She's fun to work with. We've had a great time, absolutely a great time. And her staff, aren't they awesome? Every one of them are awesome. I think sometimes Susan likes coming and giving me a hard time too, by the way. I think she enjoys that. You know, our Sergeant of the Arms, we've all got to know our Sergeant of the Arms. And one of our Sergeant of the Arms is leaving. Our main Sergeant of the Arms, Foster Chisholm, is retiring. You know, yeah, I'm telling you, he is such a fixture every single morning when I come in here. I usually get here 6:30, 7, somewhere around there. Foster is already here every morning when I get in here and I walk through. It's usually, it's sometimes 2, sometimes Jerry's there, maybe there's 3. But every day when I walk through that door, I say, "Hi, gentlemen," or "Good morning, gentlemen," and they all say, "Hi, Dan." And it's just like every morning there's somebody there to greet you as you walk through that door. And it's a great feeling. You know, Foster has been with us 15 years, Foster? 15 years. He has been a Sergeant of the Arms. And, you know, these gentlemen do it as a labor of love. They don't get paid a whole lot. You know what they get paid? You would say, I don't know why they do it. But for them, it's a labor of love. And for Foster, for 15 years, it's been a labor of love. And we're going to miss him. We're going to miss him doing everything that he does. You know, when we have State of the State, he's an integral part of State of the State. Foster, we are truly going to miss you, and we want to thank you for your service to the House of Representatives and the difference you've made in each one of our lives. Thank you, sir. And I asked him, I said, "You sure you want to retire?" He says, "Yes, sir, I'm ready to retire." We will certainly miss you, sir. Our new House chaplain, L.D. Holmes, I don't imagine he's with us because he's probably over on the other side. He does double duty. Not only is he our chaplain, but he also works as a part of the Sergeant of the Arms over there, a doorman over on the Senate side. So when he started, I guess they were short, and he asked me, "Do you mind if I do that?" I said, "As long as it doesn't interfere with you doing our prayer every day, that's okay." And so he's here all day, every day. It's just that he's doing different things during the day, but he still loves coming in and giving our prayer each day. You know, there are so many people that keep our building running. Lieutenant Grady Walker of the Capitol Police and all of the members of the Capitol Police who keep us safe. I love what they do, and they're here periodically in the House chambers watching over things. So please, whenever, and I know you do, every day when you come in, you say hi to them. I do. It's always nice seeing those same people. It's kind of interesting. Last Friday when I came in the morning, and I don't know all of them's name, but there's one that's there every single morning right there at the door. And he was there when I got in at about 6:45, and when I left at midnight, he was still there. I actually left at about 10 till midnight. I said, if I wait 10 more minutes, I can tell you good morning again. But they are just as committed as everybody else. They do such a great job. Alan Weiss and our IT folks who keep our systems running. Our facilities crew who keeps this building clean and beautiful, and it is truly a beautiful building. A special thanks to Dennis and his team who stay here much later than we do every night to make sure our House chambers look as good as it was when it was new, when we come in each morning. Every morning or every evening, they're in here sweeping and taking out the trash and dusting and keeping our house chambers as clean can be. I want to thank my wife, Diane, and my daughters, but especially my wife, Diane, because nobody knows how much our families sacrifice. Sometimes their sacrifices are much more difficult than ours. And for my wife, it is a difficult life. You know, being an MS person, life's not easy. But you know, she's at home taking care of herself. She does like it when I do come home on the weekend and do all of the things that need to be done for that week. And I know she can't wait for me to get home and be back home full time, just as each one of your families can't wait for you to be home and start life again. There's some other people in here that their spouses have MS. And to all of our spouses who are suffering from illnesses, we have some Parkinson's, we have various things in our families. You know, I'm always thinking about you and thinking about your members of your families that are struggling, especially with health issues. And I think we should always pray. Pray for everything we can. Pray for all the blessings we can get for our friends here in the house and their families. We do know that they have the tougher job than what we do. With that, I want to introduce really and thank my staff. Logan Patrick, my jack of all trades. Everybody knows Logan, and Logan loves to be a part of everything that's happening here, and he truly has been like a right hand in so many ways. But the one thing I keep trying to give him the slip, you know, I think one of the things that they're told Logan is don't let him go anywhere without you knowing where he's going. And so I try to give him the slip, and sometimes I'll give him the slip just for a little while, but he'll find me. He always finds me. I can't get away from him. But Logan has done such a fantastic job. It's an honor to have this young man as a part of the speaker's staff. Peyton Lacey is, of course, you know, my legislative director. And her and Tori are probably going to have their babies pretty close to the same time. So I know they're looking forward to it. It's time, isn't it? It's truly time. But you know, Peyton has stepped in when Kale literally deserted the the speaker's staff and went over the majority leader's staff. Why would he do that? I don't understand that. But Peyton stepped in and she's done a wonderful job, almost like we never had Kale. Oh, I didn't mean that, Kale. I really didn't mean that. Carrie Rayfeld, my communications director, is truly, it's so fun working with her. She does just a fantastic job with communications, and we talk all the time. Even when I'm not here, we're talking. There isn't a day go by, except hopefully Saturdays and Sundays, when we aren't talking about something. And she's truly become, I really, truly depend upon her for everything she does for the communication side. And last but not least is BJ Harden, the chief of staff. BJ, a person couldn't ask for a better chief of staff than BJ. BJ truly keeps things running. He understands the process probably better than anybody. And he's so knowledgeable about state government in general because he's been in it for quite a while and been in many different positions. So I truly think that our staff really is just an extension of us. And I hope everybody that needs to have help has gotten help from the staff. With that, I'm going to quit talking. I do want you to know that you are the best. You are the best people I've ever had the chance to work with. And I'm proud of you. I really am. Thank you for doing what you've done. Thank you. Okay, the speaker recognizes Minority Leader Vic Miller. What? I think he's the minority leader, isn't he?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I prefer Democrat leader. We heard a lot of very poignant comments from our colleagues earlier today. They stole a lot of words that I would use and probably will. Humble, proud. The speaker said lucky. It doesn't rise to the level that it should, Mr. Speaker. I'm not lucky. I am blessed. I am blessed in 1,000 ways. 1,000 ways. I've never had to stand up here and say goodbye. Never really wanted to. Don't really want to now. So I move we adjourn. Oops. I'm not going to repeat the list of thank yous, deserved thank yous that the speaker has already acknowledged from so many of our staff, be it the research department, the revisor's office, Capitol Police, these ladies, those gentlemen. By the way, let me say, Foster's successor needs to fix something, because we should have to refer to the door people as ladies and gentlemen. Did you ever notice? They are indeed all doormen. That needs to change. Behind me, we refer to these women. Not a single gentleman among them. That should change. We live in the 21st century, and that should reflect the people that work in this building. Think about it. By the way, I've been here when we did have women that served as our door people. They did okay. But again, the speaker did a fine job acknowledging all our auxiliary help. To you, Mr. Speaker, where'd he go? Oh, he's up there. Oh, that switch. To the majority leader, to our Speaker Pro Tem, I'll group you all together because I look at you the same way, and that is, I admire the work that you all do. I probably do have to confess, and I'm embarrassed to do so, but I have a special place in my heart for the Speaker Pro Tem, having served on his committee as his ranking member for years. So I apologize, but I have to admit that. Apologize to them. Thank you all for the leadership you have shown, for the relationships that you've developed with me. Need to recognize my leadership team and the wonderful help that they've been helping me get through these 2 years. First and foremost, because I forgot her last year, Representative from Lawrence, who serves as our policy chair. Representative from Lawrence, who serves as our caucus chair. See, I would use names, but I don't want to be gavelled down. They know who you are. To our minority whip. To our agenda chair. Who did I forget, Sawyer? Yes, because she's not here. The First Lady of the Democrat minority, Representative Wynn. Who would you vote for leader next year? Give it some thought. Nobody can replace me. And we wouldn't want them to, would we? To my staff, We had a wonderful executive assistant last year who stepped in and who we thought was irreplaceable. Turns out she wasn't, no offense. But Ethel Edwards, my 14th choice for the job. It's true, isn't it, Ethel? But as I said earlier, I am blessed because the first 13 said no, and I ended up with the best there could be. Notwithstanding, she's a Cornhusker. Yes. And she's a farm girl, by the way. And she's about 100 million other things, and I learn about something new about my Ethel every single day. Ethel, I love you. Yes. Now, we're missing a staff member these last couple weeks because she's on the mend, but I can guarantee you she's watching. Our communications director, Alexis Simmons, Little Red, who is suffering from political dysphoria because she thinks she wants to be in this room in one of those chairs. Again, she has very big shoes to fill, and I'm confident that she can. She is downright scary when I read what I have said that I haven't yet said, but what she has somehow pulled out of my mind because I hardly ever change a single word that she has written on my behalf as something I would have said. She just puts it down on paper so much better than I could. Hi, Alexis. I love you. Logan Patrick is our legislative director, and he's probably the biggest show-off I've ever seen. He deliberately comes to work an hour before he's asked to, and by his own admittance, he does it just to show up the other staff. And he does a very good job of showing them up. Logan, you have exceeded any expectation I could ever have of somebody stepping onto the job, not having worked in this building before you did. And I think the quality of your work is palpable to every member of our caucus. And dare I say, Logan, I love you. Kate Davis accepted a challenge probably even bigger than Logan's, in that she walked into the position of Chief of Staff in mid-session. Now, granted, she has a resume longer than anyone in this room in terms of her work in the political world. But to step into those shoes halfway into the session and demonstrate that our caucus never missed a beat. I don't think people could even put their finger on when the transition occurred from Mr. Wilson to Kate Davis. Kate, I love you. Now, let me be tedious. I love these microphones. Not as much as the man from Sedgwick County. Where is he, by the way? But I want to say how much I appreciate my perception of how closely attentive you are to me when I'm down here. I come down here a lot, probably by many measurements, but I never come down here unless it's with a purpose. Now, let me ask those of you who will be back to share the same attentiveness to every single person that comes to this microphone, whether they come from that side of the room or that side of the room. They deserve your respect. And I get a good view down here that oftentimes I believe they don't necessarily get it. So I do appreciate those of you who are attentive for me. I would appreciate you extend that same courtesy and duty to anyone that's down here, even if it's Pam Curtis, like here. Right there, I sit right there, and thanks for not gaveling me on that horrible thing I just did. But I can see from right there, this woman stands on her tippy toes just to see over. And it's really cute, by the way. It brightens my day when I see her do it. All right. I'm a 3-time freshman member of the Kansas House. Okay? I was listed once on the ballot as Vic Boomerang Miller because I keep coming back. But I know today I will not be coming back. And it hurts because I love this place. And while I won't single out the 2 or 3 in the room that I don't, the rest of you I do love. And you 2 or 3 know who I'm talking about. I have, for those of you who are about to suffer what I have suffered twice, I did not suffer the 2 times that I have lost an election. Both times I was blessed. My life was better. I was better and bitter having lost those 2 elections. So, for those of you, and I hope there will be a whole bunch of you, that lose your election, understand that we do it so that you can be blessed. Anyway, not a lot of people get me. I don't get me. But I hope that serving with me has on occasion helped you get through a difficult day. And that is indeed one of the reasons I'm here, is to help everyone get through the day. Please don't ever take me too serious, okay? I love life. I love it too much. But I enjoy everything I do, or at least I try to, and I could never enjoy myself as much as I have in this chamber. Thank you all.
Well, I hope you don't love us too much so we don't come back. We need to come back. Next, we have the majority leader, the Speaker Pro Tem, Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't in the chair, but I don't think I would have gavelled you down for tediousness. No, I just want to make a few comments here tonight and say thank you to each and every one of you. At the beginning of this biennium, every single one of you voted for me to be your Speaker Pro Tem, and it has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's moving into the aisle with his chair. Oh. All right, Representative. So, earlier when you were giving your speech and a few others, I had to look at the ceiling and admire the paintings. Because God, I'm gonna miss you guys. You guys, yeah, you're going to the Senate, but don't be strangers. I love you too. All right. See, and I'm hoping to come back, and I'm up here crying. All right. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all the members. You've all been absolutely wonderful. Today I put some letters on your guys' desks. I meant every single word in those letters. That's what you all mean to me. I truly appreciate the honor, like I said, of being your Speaker Pro Tem. I want to take a few seconds here to thank my staff. So Jane has been an amazing executive assistant. She has been in the Speaker Pro Tem's office for several years before I joined that office. And her and I actually came in together in 2015. So her and I have been in this building the same amount of time. Unfortunately, this is her last session. So, Jane, if you're listening, our office is going to truly miss you. And she's been having a hard day with accepting that fact. So have we. Alad, you've been truly amazing as well. I couldn't do this without you. You put in many long hours. Hell, you have more education than I do. You have an MBA. So, I mean, it's a good thing you make more than I do. So I'm glad that that's at least the case. Because you are definitely worth every cent. And you've done an amazing job with the internship program. And I know that there are many legislators and interns here today that are thankful for your work and the job that you have done with that position. I truly look forward to you and going out and being on the university campuses again this year to help recruit more interns for the next wave that we will have in the next legislative session. And I would like to extend to every single one of you, if you know a college student, let them know about the program. Let them know about the program. To the family and spouses that allow us to do this, without you, without your support, we would never be able to do this. I'm blessed to be able to see how the spouses and families are there for those who are in my unit back home, and their unwavering service to those service members. And I see the correlation when we come up here and we are gone for many months, and how they are left at home raising our families or running the households. We could not do this without them. So to all the families and spouses that are listening, thank you very much. Again, to the members that are leaving, we become like family members up here. Yeah, we fight. Maybe it is a blessing if we don't come back. I don't know if I'm going to reciprocate that over here to you guys, but we'll see how this whole thing turns out. But no, we're a weird dysfunctional family, but we all love each other. And there are days that, yes, we fight, we throw our spears at each other, but at the end of the day, we can go to a reception, talk about our issues, talk to people across the aisle, work with people to make things happen. And that is where the true magic happens, because we can still have those conversations. I do not believe that we are as dysfunctional as Washington, D.C. I know for a fact that we are getting things done for Kansans that are going to have a profound impact and a positive impact on their lives every time we come here. And thank God we are not here all year round, because then we'd be breaking things all year round. So Again, thank you for allowing me to be your Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, I used the gavel a lot when we first started. I've used it a lot less, hopefully, over the time, but, you know, the decorum, the civility, the rules, it's been truly an honor. So thank you to each and every one of you, and I hope to be back here and to serve with you again on the leadership team, and thank you all so very much.
Well, last but not least is Majority Leader Chris Croft. We had to keep him to last because he'll have to stretch these big papers out across there so he can see and read. But Majority Leader Chris Croft.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, well, there's only like 85 pages up here, just so you know. With that, though, I will adjust a lot because, as was already mentioned, there's a lot of thank yous and everything else that's been said. So I'm just going to take just a little bit different approach right now. So the Kansas Constitution sets the foundation on what we must do here. What it doesn't do, it doesn't tell us how we do it. That's up to this body and to the leaders. How we do it is what really matters in the process. And you guys know I'm a process guy, so I'm going to talk about this. But legislators across the country, and I'll cover that later on too, have not been viewed favorably for some time, as we all know. This is not a place where they go, oh, you got a high percentage of favorability. But that is one thing that the leadership team here, we all decided together that we were going to try to change. So our goal was to increase the trust of the people. In order to do that, we must improve the image. And to improve the image through our actions with each other, with our constituents, and with those we interact, because it is our actions are what people see. All right, now this is where I'm going to get in trouble a little bit because you guys know I don't like to sit in my seat. And the speaker really gets upset with me when I don't sit in my chair. I just never been able to sit in my chair. But I also don't, but it's also because the guy sits behind me. Just saying. Right, yeah, that one. You guys also know I don't like to sit in my office. Actually, with Travis last year, I used to hide in different committees to see if he could find me. And then he found out that you had observers in each committee except transportation. So that's where I hid most of the time. So I will tell you this, I like to go around and listen, you guys know that, and I like to observe. That's just something I've always done in my military career. But I just want to tell you something I observed. I saw people saying hi, thanking the security guards on the way in, on the way out, when they were in the chamber talking to them, when they're outside talking to them, and all around the building. I saw people thanking the team that keeps the building clean. On many occasions, they set up all our events. I saw people asking about how others are doing and how they can help them. I saw people saying hi, us people, this team, this body, saying hi to each other as we're walking by and answering back. I'm gonna tell you that didn't happen when I was here, when I first got here 6 years ago. You could walk by people and they wouldn't say a word to you. I saw people genuinely appreciating what each person brought to the team. We don't all have the same job. We don't all have the same capabilities, but we're all part of the team and we'll all be a part of that. What I saw motivated me every day to be better and that we are on a path to make a real difference in Kansas and be a shining light for the rest of the country. I want to thank you all for doing that and for working to improve the trust that the people have in this chamber. I'm very appreciative of everyone serving in this body. It is easy to get frustrated, and we've seen it many times. What is hard is to brush off that frustration and keep going, keep working, and find solutions. But I did see that here this year. Decisions made in this building can have enormous impact on our state and the nation. Downstairs, there's a plaque on the wall. I've walked this place many times at night a couple years ago. And there's a plaque that says, all eyes are on Kansas. And I am so proud of how we have come together on so much. And we've been an example for others. How we came together on the tax plan. And as you mentioned, first time we've really debated it here, we said we were going to do it and we did that. Education and so much more. We've passed tax bills unanimously twice. That was a lot of fun, by the way. And it's so enjoyable to see the growth of this house and how we've changed over time. Again, that is something I like to do and I like to observe. But I'm so hopeful that we do get our feet underneath us and become that equal part of government and be an influence. It is so enjoyable to see us disagree and debate and find solutions. I want to thank you all so much for that. We should have passionate debates in this chamber where we disagree. However, it is important that we continue to treat each other with civility and focus on those that we serve. On this one, I do want to thank you all, especially with the minority leader. We've talked many times on this, but thank you guys for being so patient with me as I struggled these last 8 months, where I haven't been able to see, and it's been kind of a distracting experience for me. And I'll come to some of that more here in a second, but I want to narrow this list because we've already heard all the thank yous for everything else. So I'm just going to start with my wife. As you heard before, 39 years. Yeah, she listens and then she kicks me in the tail and tells me to shut up and get moving. Remember, she does have the black belt in Taekwondo. So yeah, so you know who's in charge. She never complains, except if I don't do the honey-do list. You know, there's items that are on there. If I fail to do that, she gets on me. But she's also given up everything these last 8 months, all of her time to drive me around, to get me to places, to serve the people. And I'm so truly blessed to have her, to use that word again, to have her in my life and to be, I wouldn't be here today without her. So, and to those, as the Speaker Pro Tem mentioned, to those spouses, our family members and others that support us while we're here doing the people's business. All right, Mr. Speaker, for you, for your leadership, you're putting up with my millions of questions that I know you just enjoy answering all the time, for allowing me to argue behind the scenes and because I didn't understand something and explaining it to me for the third time so I get it right, but also for giving me tasks, launching me on it, and then trusting me to get it done. For the Speaker Pro Tem, for your energy and passion. Yeah, you know he has it. For your teamwork and for all the training that you do for the team and for enduring all the trials with the IT department as the world and the rest of us didn't have to. Because, I mean, they're all trying, but what we have to do is a pretty Herculean task. To the minority leader, for your witty humor and for, as you said, not to always take you so seriously on things, for helping me to make sure that I actually got the bill numbers right as I was trying to read them. That was kind of, yeah, bad. And for offering to cast the votes. This is one thing I want you guys to know about. He came up and told me this. He came up, was it 2 days ago? No, yeah, it was Friday. And he offered to cast the votes for the representative from Columbus if he was unable to make it in. Now, those would be his votes back there, not his votes up here. But to offer to do that, and I really appreciated that offer for you doing that. To the Assistant Majority Leader from McPherson, not Pearson, right? Great job with training the team. You've done that since I came in as a freshman. And you truly taught us how to the process and how to get things done, but also for being willing to step in and fill in for us, for me, as I had to deal with all those other things. For our caucus chair, the representative from Augusta, you know, it's been fun to watch this whole process and how you've just taken this thing over and really wanted to make sure that everybody fully understood what was going on. And that has been instrumental in keeping this team solid this year. So thank you very much for that. And to the majority whip from Wichita, you know, I got to tell you, your energy is incredible. Her organizational skills are out of this world. And she was always itching to whip something. Always. Usually it was a bill though, but sometimes me if I said something stupid. But it's been a sheer pleasure. And I think you fundamentally changed how things are going to be done. So I just wanted to thank the team there. And then now I want to switch to my team. You know, I always want my team to be a team that I have to come in every day and run hard to keep up with. And this team has done just that for the last 2 years, starting with my chief of staff from last year who still checks in to make sure things are going okay and seeing what's happening. We had Tina Sop from a friend of ours for 41 years from Florida who came in to say, you know what, I'm hearing you talking about these things, but let me give you an outside look of what's going on and give you some process focus and help you make things a little better. And she did that for us, and I wanted to thank her very much. And, her kids are also in wrestling, so if you didn't get a picture, let me know, I'll get you one. For Michael Jacobson, our intern from K-State, studying marketing and political science. He's a student senator. He's been in politics since he was 14. That was just a year ago, though, because if you look at him, he looks like he's 15. So, but he works hard, keeps up with constituent information, tracks the latest information and things that are going on in the chamber. So Claudia Fury, her name's going to change here in a couple months. It'll be something else, right? Oh, that's too bad. She started with us as an intern. We actually met her in Dallas, Texas in a convention, talked to her about things. She came up here and said she wanted to be an intern. She did that. Now she's working full-time on the team, and she graduates in May as a valedictorian of her class. So great job in what you're doing. I'm not sure I was supposed to tell that. I think I might be in trouble after this. You guys know, she did GO, she did calendar, tried to keep up with all that. But the most important thing, and as everybody says, hey, what does the majority leader do? So the most important thing is make sure we have coffee and snacks all the time. And she's done a great job with that, made the best coffee in the building. Sorry, Logan, too bad. And we had the best creamer. To Ridge Rose, our communications director in all things. He gets out there. This guy is involved in so many different things with young leaders around this state. He writes all of our talking points, and he just has a way with words, and he's able to explain these bills in such an easy way, which is good with me. And to my chief of staff, the one that escaped the speaker, I want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to him, who stepped into his new role just days before we got started. Despite the rapid transition, and he has excelled tremendously, he's quickly become an invaluable asset to the team. His wealth of knowledge on issues is well beyond his years. I got to tell you, I feel bad because there's a lot of times he's over there and he's like, man, I had to explain this thing to him. But throughout the long days and heated debates, I'm talking about him explaining to me, Kale remains calm, collected, keeping his cool when many would have buckled. And I've seen many his age buckle. And this guy's, he's strong. He's going to be great. He's going to have a long future. He's going to be a leader for this nation and for this state. And his consistency and dedication to his work and the team has kept us steady and focused. And I'm deeply appreciative of him. All right, last page, guys. All right. So you got, I know, right? So, yeah, there was a little longer, 3 minutes, but so was everybody else. So you guys know this. I've gone around, my wife and I drove, mostly my wife, drove over 20,000 miles this summer. We went to 37 states, visited people, legislatures from all 50 states from 6 different countries. Right? I would go to battle with this team right here any day of the week against any other one in the nation. Thank you guys for doing what you do. It's been an honor to serve the team as the majority leader for the last 16 months. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, and I can't wait to get back here next year to solve problems for our state and our people. One team.
Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 10:30 PM or 22:30.
You all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Had to check.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We are in recess. The House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Democrats, we will go to agenda immediately upon recess. 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar in the immediate upon recess in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 10:50 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. I also be in order. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for a motion to suspend Joint Rule 4K.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection K of Joint Rule 4 of the Joint Rules of the Senate and House of Representatives, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering Senate Bill 37.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 27.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 27. Quite simply, this is the reconciliation bill. This is the bill that we need to pass for the annual statutory conflicts reconciliation bill, and this combines amendments to certain statutes that have been amended multiple times during the current legislative session or prior session. And the purpose of this bill is to combine non-contradictory amendments from enacted legislation to produce one version of the statute. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Representative Helgerson. Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
All right, thank you to the ranking member for the thumbs up. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I close on Senate Bill 27.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 27. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Sutton votes aye. Representative Penn votes aye. Does any member desire to explain? Representative Alcala votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against Senate Bill 27, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 37.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 37 is the new tax plan. I will go through this, even though it's pretty simple to sum up. It's Senate Bill or House Bill 2036 that just got vetoed, with the exception of changing the income tax rates. But for the sake of being thorough, I want to make sure everybody remembers what all is in this. It does go from move us to a 2-tier bracket system from our current 3 tiers. The rates would be 5.2% for the bottom rate, 5.57% on the top rate. Those were different from House Bill 2036 that was at 5.15 on the bottom and 5.55 on the top. The bill continues to fully exempt Social Security benefit income tax. Doesn't maintain the standard deduction and personal exemption increases. A single filer moves from $3,500 to $3,605 for a standard deduction. Head of household goes from $6,000 to $6,180, and a married filing joint couple goes from 8,000 to 8,240. Those are the standard deduction numbers. The personal exemption continues to be the large increase that our families and low-income families will see the most benefit from. That goes from currently $2,250 for everybody in the current code to $9,160 for single filers, $18,320 for joint filers. There's also an additional increase of from $2,250 up to $2,320 for dependents listed on your returns. This continues to keep in place the financial institution privilege fee reduction to mirror the corporate rate reduction due to Apex. This also does abolish the local ad valorem tax reduction fund, friendly known as the LAVTR. The city-county revenue sharing funds. It does maintain the city-county, the special city-county highway fund. This also keeps the language that guarantees that any reductions, either due to a reduction in the mill levy or an increase in the residential exemption, keeps the legislative intent that those funds will be backfilled through SGF to the school district finance fund. The exemption for residential property continues to stay at the $100,000 from its current about $42,000. So that over doubles to provide some property tax relief for our homeowners. And the statewide mill levy goes from 20 mills down to 19.5. Does retain also the food sales tax acceleration, taking the state rate down to 0 from January 1st of 2025. It accelerates that to July 1st of this year. The total fiscal impact, I'll go ahead and read through all the different fiscal years. For fiscal year 25, the fiscal impact as far as reduction in revenues is $600.1 million. Fiscal year 26 is 430.4. Fiscal year 27 is 433.4. Fiscal year 28 is 436.4. And fiscal year 29 is 439.1. Some people want 3-year totals, 5-year totals, so I went ahead and ran those. If you're looking at a 3-year total, the first three years of the plan, it is $1.46 billion. The 5-year aggregate total, and by the way, these are all funds. This isn't just SGF. This is the all funds numbers. The 5-year total is $2.34 billion. Folks, I want to point out that I can't remember what day it was, but when the Senate passed their plan over to the House that we sent back to conference committee, I think it got a vote of 39-1 in the Senate. We are only $3 million off of that. That had the full support of the Senate. The governor backed that bill. I truly hope we have made a large leap to where we're at, from going from the single rate to what we had in our version of House Bill 2036 that was deemed too expensive. We have come down to within $3 million. And I truly hope that this is a plan that we can all get behind in this Capitol from one chamber to the other, from one floor to the other. With that, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, I would stand for questions. Or I better make my motion first. Sorry, it's my first time. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 37.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in, so I think the chairman did a good job explaining the bill. I rise in support of the bill. It's very similar to what the House passed twice recently. And I do believe the Conference Committee made a good faith effort. We met this evening to get the numbers down. The governor wanted the numbers down, so the original 2036 that the governor said she would sign had a fiscal note of about 432.7 million, something like that. This, in that same year, 28, is 436.4 million. So it's within about 3 million of what she said she would sign in that bill. So I think we made a good faith effort to get the numbers down and still put together a good tax bill. So I rise in support of it.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, Representative Helgerson.
You know, I have a weight problem. I admit it to all of you, and you know how it gets. The end of the session, you start eating. And I apologize, but this legislature has a weight problem too. You look at the ending balance that we're in this year, and you look at where it is in 4 years, that weight problem gets bad. Gets to the point where I'm gonna have to have a surgery. We don't have the money for this tax bill. We need to open up things. We need to go back and look at it harder and make the cuts that are necessary this year. I've said that what's necessary is you spend the money you take in. We're $930-some million off, and we should start now, and I'm betting the governor's going to veto it, and we're going to have to start then. I vote no.
Are there any further explanations? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Woodard votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Ohabisam votes no. Representative Helgerson votes no. Representative Haskins votes no. Representative Slingenschiepen votes no. Representative Haswood votes no. Are there any further changes of votes? Seeing none, with 108 having voted in favor and 11 against Senate Bill 37, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. We're going to stand at ease. Members will be out of the main aisle. The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 339. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2096.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2096. Hold on. We will have to wait 30 minutes. Stand by. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend Joint Rule 3F requiring conference committee reports to be distributed at least 30 minutes prior to the consideration to allow consideration on the conference committee report on House Bill 2096.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2096.
Which bill are we on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I apologize. It really isn't my goal to be the last thing out of here every year, but it seems like that's, trust me. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 2096 is kind of the property tax bundle that came out of conference, got sent back to conference committee on this floor due to some provisions that we have stripped out of the bill. I want to go through the bill in its entirety. Even if some of the provisions that were not made any changes to, I want you to make sure we refresh our memory on what all's in this bill. First off, is the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief Act. This functions almost identically to the current Safe Senior Property Tax Relief, the kind of the circuit breaker program that we have. It's a 75% refund of property taxes for those that qualify. It is specifically limited to disabled veterans, permanently and totally disabled. Thomas, I'm watching you. He can gavel me down if he wants to. Permanently and totally disabled and individually unemployable disabled veterans to qualify for this program. The next piece were changes to the homeowner's property tax freeze. Currently, we have a program that we had passed, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. Hasn't been utilized very much, so we made some increases. It had an income limitation of $50,000, a home value limitation of $350,000. We moved those to $80,000, and we specified that that is the Kansas adjusted gross income of each resident of the household, strictly for auditing purposes to make that easier for the department, both on reporting what qualifies and what doesn't, and then if they have questions, they can look at that Kansas adjusted gross income. One of the things that we did also on the property tax value, or the property value, as we took off the indexing, that number grows pretty quickly on large numbers, so we made a pretty substantial increase, but we took the indexing off of that piece. Probably the most interesting debate we had in calendar and on the floor here was regarding the government competition. We made several significant changes to this piece. As it stood, you know, we passed the government competition piece last year in Senate Bill 8. It got vetoed. We didn't have a chance to come back and override that. So what we've done is we've taken that from a property tax exemption, which exempts them from all property tax, to just a refund portion. And it is just a refund on the taxes due to the competing government. For instance, if a city would build a daycare, and this is still limited to just the 3 industries, daycare facility, health and fitness club, or a restaurant. So if a city would build a restaurant or open up a restaurant, any private businesses that would qualify for this now refund only qualify for the property tax that they would be paying to the city. So your school, your county, all of your other tax districts within that wherever that restaurant would be located, they're held harmless. Because, you know, if the city was the offending government entity, under the previous versions, all the entities would lose their tax base, and that would be a substantial tax shift onto the remaining property tax payers, whether it's residential, commercial. That shifts that burden over onto them. This still would shift a little bit, but it's a very small proportion, and it is just for the, like, as I said, the competing entity. We did further clarify and try to define what predominant meant. Going through the language, we felt that it was pretty narrowly tailored, but we did want to go ahead and add a definition for predominant, so we put that in there as well. We also took out the retroactivity that was in the previous version of this. Prior to this, it didn't matter if the government entity was there first or the private business was there first, everybody qualified. We took that piece out. It is still retroactive in the sense that if the business was there first and then the government entity was built after that, even if it was 5 years ago, even if it was 10 years ago, they still qualify. But they don't qualify, the refund doesn't go back all the way to the beginning. They only start that in tax year 24. So the retroactivity as far as qualifications and whether they qualify for it still is in place, but the refund only applies to this day moving forward. Some other provisions that we didn't have any changes to from the last time we saw this, we are exempting personal property tax on tangible personal property. Snowmobiles, ATVs, four-wheelers, off-road vehicles. There's a whole list there, certain trailers and watercraft. It's a fairly complicated process on not only how you value these things and how you define some of these things. If you're familiar with some of the off-road vehicles, there's everything from dune buggies to four-wheelers to side-by-sides to UTVs. They're constantly inventing new things, and the PVD department they have to define how we tax these and how you specify one from the other. It's a fairly complicated process for a relatively small amount of money, so we just decided to exempt these pieces from property tax. Another provision that caused some concern when we saw this last was the provisions that were included due to Senate Bill 311. This was referred to as the dark store theory. This was the commercial businesses, the change in valuation of that. Senate Bill 311 originally just contained what's called a 1031 exchange. That's sometimes referred to as a like-kind exchange. It's when you sell one property and then you take the proceeds and you turn around and you buy another property. You're just kind of switching assets. No money changes hands. You're kind of turning that around. That was what the original bill of Senate Bill 311 had in it, that had a hearing. I verified with PVD that this is not a practice that they currently employ. These types of transactions should not be considered when valuing the business. Sometimes they found incorrectly. So this is just kind of almost more of an administrative change. This takes out the sale, leasebacks, the build to suit, all of the bad provisions of this bill, or the pieces that had some concern to it. I shouldn't say bad provisions, but the pieces that had concern that we hadn't had a chance to really have a hearing on in the House Tax Committee to fully understand. So that piece is completely gone. Another part that is included is property valuation notices. We all just got those here back in March. It's requiring, we added some language in there, thanks to the 21st century and technology. There is the ability to put kind of a chart or a graph on these statements. PVD is trying to show some history on what's happened to the value of your property over the last 4 or 5 years. We had to change some language to allow non-text to be on those forms and require the number of years to be on historic years, so you can kind of see what your property has done over time. That piece did not change from what we had originally. There was some payment under protest prohibitions in the original bill. We peeled that back to where there's just certain situations where you cannot both file a payment under protest on your valuation and then once again pay under protest. Well, I guess you don't pay under protest. You'd protest your valuation in March, and then if you got a resolution on that, you're not allowed to protest then when you pay your taxes with certain exclusions. We made some clarifications on that because the original bill, actually Senate Bill 8, we did a repeal of that to where you could protest both of them. We changed from that because it doesn't really make sense to protest your valuation, then come back around and protest when you pay your taxes. That appeal is going directly to the same people, the same court. So if you've got a decision once, you're going to probably get the same decision unless there is new information that's been presented. We're just allowing that to still happen. The last piece, and I apologize to my caucus because I forgot to mention this in calendar, but we also included the 100% child and dependent care tax credit. This is a addition. It was in Senate Bill 96 that passed across this floor. We went ahead and included this into this package deal. It does not appear that Senate Bill 96 is going anywhere. Not trying to speculate on what's happening, but we did go ahead and add that, include it into this language in this bill. With that, I think I've covered everything. If I missed anything, I'm sure my ranking member will happily correct me. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2096, and I would be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this bill got sent back to conference committee, I'll tell you that was a tough night. I didn't blame anybody in this room because it was not ready for prime time when it came to this floor, and it needed to go back. And the bill that we have now is a way better bill. It's a much better bill. And so I want to thank the House Tax Chair for continuing to work on this thing, and really from the beginning. You were the first one to hear this bill and helped me get it to the floor the first time, and I really want to thank you. I also want to thank all the folks that co-sponsored this and have worked on this for 3 years. I want to thank all the veterans that have done all the phone calling and the emailing and the coming down here to help get this passed. But I also, the reason I'm up here is because I also want to thank Senate Tax Chair Karen Tyson. This would not be here today if not for her. And I was really tough on her. And I was, I did not acknowledge when I was being tough on her that she was carrying the position for her house of the legislature. And so in front of this body, in front of this legislature, and in front of the state of Kansas, I want to apologize to the Senate Tax Chair Karen Tyson for going after her so hard, and thank her again for bringing us this bill to vote on tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I do have questions, and honestly, just good questions, I hope, because I'm trying to get this competition thing. It's the thing that's worrying me, and I have a former mayor from Manhattan in the audience that might also know all these answers, and he's not listening. But other representatives from Manhattan might be concerned as well. We have built, well, first of all, let me ask the question. Is it within a 5-mile radius of a competition? If you want to explain that again, so if I missed something, it might be a good idea before I start asking questions.
Yes, and thank you for, because I think I failed to mention the 5-mile radius from the business. If there's a government entity that has created a business, the qualification or the qualifying private business have to be within a 5-mile radius of that business.
Okay, now that's another word you used a lot, and I've been in tax committee years ago, but I don't remember using qualifying business. Can you explain what that meant to me?
Well, in order to be eligible for this refund, to qualify for the refund,
Okay.
they would have to be within that 5-mile radius.
So the way this works then is I have a coffee shop within 5 miles of a, no.
If it would be within 5 miles of a government coffee shop that came in after you were already in place, you would qualify.
And so I would get property tax relief from the city because the city came in and is competing against me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I can see why it took a while to get this going. Okay, so a few years ago in Manhattan, we had a referendum to build community recreation centers. And we have 3 new ones. One of them was built with HUD money and a matching, I think another representative may be able to enlighten me. But HUD money was involved in one, and within 5 miles of that, okay, I don't know which came first. Yes, I think the one of our other representatives owns a restaurant within 5 miles of that one HUD facility. I'm just not sure how this is going to work. So we have 2 other recreation centers, and they are in middle schools. We added on to our middle schools. I just don't know whether Manhattan's going to be in trouble because it takes me 8 minutes to get from one side of town to the other, which means 5 miles is 10 miles is our city radius. I don't know where you live. Do you have a 5-mile radius in your community?
I have about 2 neighbors within 5 miles radius of my house,
So
but.
competition is not, not an issue in your community, but an issue in mine because everything's within 5 miles.
Well, Representative, if you want me to answer your questions, I think you're giving the example of a kind of a fitness center. And then you mentioned a restaurant. It would have to be another fitness center that was built. If it was a restaurant, that wouldn't be considered a similar or a
Okay.
competing business.
So if I have a baseball field within 5 miles of a recreation center that's privately owned?
It would have to be another identical,
Have to be a baseball
fitness.
field.
It would have to be a fitness center.
Have to be a baseball field competing with the baseball field.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your help. I'm a little nervous about this, but thank you very much for your help.
Representative Proctor for a second time. Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. If I could ask a question. There he is. You can say no.
Sorry, I was looking for some information.
Oh, thank you. Just so that I understand this right, Chairman, we have a recreation facility in Lawrence, and we have multiple recreation facilities that are privately owned. Just so that I understand this right, and everybody, all the colleagues in the room understand this right, when we look at our cities, if these are competing businesses under this bill, the city is going to have to rebate back 100% of the property tax that they collect for the city's portion to that business.
That is correct.
Do we have any idea what the analysis is? That's going to have to be done on an individual basis, individual community basis. And I got to believe it's going to be quite a bit of money to a whole lot of cities. There are some good parts in this bill. I mean, there really are. But I think this one here does something that is really going to have an impact. And I hope that we all look at this long and hard in the communities that we serve, that we're not putting them in a bind. Because I think that there is, I think that there's a real consequence here and something that we need to be careful of. I hope that you will take that into consideration as you're making this vote. Be very, very careful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the carrier of the CCR, I think is what we're doing, CCRP. I thought that I saw that, so it's divided out now, that like you would only do a refund from the city if it was city-owned. Does that apply to school districts? I thought I saw that.
No, that's the other restriction. I think I failed to note that this just is cities and counties now, schools, colleges, any other government entity.
So that was in the original.
Yes, that was in the original.
That's where I saw
It's
it.
just cities and schools.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Penn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Family, this is the second time speaking on this bill. I'll be short. Last time I came up and asked you to send it back to committee, you did so, and I appreciate that. On behalf of the veterans that have reached out to me, veterans organizations, I would like to tell you that this bill is a very good compromise, and I do support it. I ask that you do the same. I want to thank the tax chair and his committee for going back to the table, bringing something back that is actually respectful of the veterans and actually making a good bill better. So I do appreciate that, and I ask that you fully support this as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a few moments and thank my ranking member and my vice chair who seems to, oh, he's back there. I thought maybe he left me. These two gentlemen have been excellent to work with for the last 2 years. It's been an honor to serve with both of you. I'm kind of the flunky. I think you guys you guys have the intelligence to really get this done. So I appreciate everything that you guys do, everything that you bring to the tax committee, everything that you work through in conference. Appreciate all that work. I also want to give a sincere thank you to every single member of this body. We have had 2 unanimous tax bills, fairly complicated, complex tax bills in this chamber, and I'm so proud of that. That is a testament to the effort of the entire tax committee, the conversations that matriculate throughout this body, and everybody that helps kind of just have a good discussion. Find out where people are at, where we need to be at. We all understand that we can't get everything we want, but we compromised a lot. I know this final bill wasn't what I wanted, but as I've said before, when everybody walks away kind of equally frustrated, we probably got a good product. So I just want to thank everybody for all of their effort on tax. It was the first thing out of the gates this year. That first week, we passed our first CCR on the tax bill. It's the last thing before we leave. So maybe next year I won't be the last thing keeping you from between here and the gavel. So thank you, everyone. I just ask that you support House Bill 2096, and I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2096. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had an opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Members will be in their seats. For an explanation of vote, the speaker recognizes Representative Essex.
Hello. Tonight, I'm asking the body to allow me to vote present because I currently sit on the city council, and this directly affects the government competition piece directly affects the city.
We're not on a call of the House, but if someone were to call one, then we will take that up at that time. Okay. All right, so there's a point of order. Minority Leader Miller to explain his point of order.
With all due respect to our 2 representatives that serve in another capacity, that is not a conflict of interest. It's a conflict because they hold two positions. And that may happen that they have to choose between the two, but a conflict of interest, a true conflict is.
Representative, do you have a point of order?
Yes, my point of order is that it's not appropriate to vote present alleging a conflict when it is not such. And again, I respectfully.
That's not a point of order, Representative. That's debate.
Are you saying I'm out of order on my point of order?
Yes, Representative. Okay, so somebody had called for a call of the House. Not seeing, okay, there's 10 hands. Calls in order. Members will be in their seats. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Blue, Representative Hauser, Representative Potter Parshall, Representative Essex, Representative Lewis Cerise, Representative Schreiber, Representative Steens, Representative Wynn.
Representative Essex has asked for the ability to vote present. We will vote by voice vote, and we'll go from there. It requires 84 for permission to vote present. All those in favor of allowing Representative Essex to vote present, vote aye. Say aye. All those that are opposed, say no. It appears the ayes have it. A division has been called. All right, so all those who are in favor, please stand so that we can count you. Representative Heiberger gets an excuse. Yeah, you're good. We'll count you.
People, okay, you can't go up.
All right, hold on. So you don't sit down until we tell you can sit down, please and thank you.
Well, and at this point, we could count sitting.
Okay. All right. We need you to make up your mind, please. Either stand or sit. Sit. Please don't change your minds. We're counting. That makes it very difficult. Thank you. All right. All those opposed, please stand. Everybody else sit, please. Thank you. All right. That makes it pretty easy. Permission granted to vote present for Representative Essex. Representative Steens, if you'd like to come down. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to run down here, but I thought I might fall. I would also like to abstain from this vote. I also have a conflict of interest. I serve on the city council in the district that I live in and serve as state representative. And so at this time, I would ask the body to please vote in my favor for this abstain. Present. Yeah, you know, yeah. Thank you. It's
Okay, so all those in favor of allowing Representative Steens to vote present, say aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes, or present passes. Yeah, it's late. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Any other members? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Getz votes aye. Representative Schlingensiepen votes aye. Representative Jacobs for an explanation of vote. Oh my. It's getting late. All right. Any other changes? Representative Silas Miller votes no. Any other changes? Seeing none. With 91 having voted in favor and 26 against the passage of House Bill 2096, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote.
The governor's objection to House Bill 2614 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House consideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? There being no motion to reconsider, the speaker rules the bill has been reconsidered and the veto is sustained. The governor's objection to House Bill 2446 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? There being no motion to reconsider, the speaker rules the bill has been reconsidered and the veto is sustained. The governor's objection to House Bill 2532 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? There being no motion to reconsider, the speaker rules the bill has been reconsidered and the veto is sustained. Are there announcements? Seeing none. By virtue of the authority vested in me as Speaker of the House of Representatives, I now declare the House adjourned. Sine die.